someone.
Fuck you saying about me? Why do you have my head?
Why do you have my head?
I don't.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yummy. Alright, give me this freaking tour so I can move into my house.
Okay. Alright.
Wait, I gotta go sweep first.
Oh. It's not dark enough.
I thought you said sweep and I was really confused.
I mean, technically, yes, I did. Because I'm baby.
I really want to know how Pride does this.
Oh, the sign thing?
Yeah.
Drawing.
I mean, even if I figured it out, I wouldn't be able to design something like that.
It's so good. Also, how are you over here? There were 3 over here when we first spawned in, and I pushed all of them over to C, and somehow one is over here again. You know what? Fine, fine. You're pushing yourself back over here. Die.
Damn. Alright, bestie.
Okay, so obviously this is spawn.
Levi and Code wait, why do I say that?
Leave-in conditioner.
Leave-in conditioner.
I love
An
that.
Ogster.
I'm legally changing my name to that.
That's amazing. So if you wanted to walk, my house is literally just that way if you keep walking. But now we have the Nether highway.
Right.
Except it's not on the Nether roof like you would usually.
Bestie. You can't talk through the portal.
You like how that works? You like how that works?
No. I mean, I do, but no.
So, but we don't have the Nether highway like you would usually see it. So,
That's okay.
which way's my way? This way? I don't remember.
No, this way.
Bestie, please.
Okay, this is the way. Here, come here, come here, come here. This is the way with these.
Hey, yo.
Yeah, these are very
You
fun.
wanna go for a ride?
It's a really long ride.
It is a very long ride. Oh, you've buckled in though.
Bye.
Bye, Levi.
Bye.
Nice having you.
Oh god, there's no minecart anymore.
He's faded into the distance.
Hello? Hello?
Run, 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 run. Gotta escape.
Ah! No, no, no! Ray, no!
It's my minecart.
Ray, let me go. Ray, you can't hold me hostage like this.
I'm holding you hostage.
Ray, I'm just a small little man. Ray, I'm just a small little man.
I left that minecart for me to use.
Ray, I'm just a small little man.
Run. Bye-bye, Ray.
Oh, I got slowed up. Is he behind us?
I don't know.
I can't
I
tell.
can't see him.
I can't tell.
On the ground.
Oh, I hear him. I hear him.
Uh-oh.
I hear him.
Oh gosh!
Ah!
Do not shoot this.
I'm not as fast as you.
I'm just a speedy little guy, okay?
Ah!
I'm just here to work on my nether highway. That's all I want to do. Oh, you broke the highway.
August! Don't break highway.
I don't know how I broke the highway. I couldn't have broken the highway. Wasn't me. Did you just hiss at me?
August. I don't think so. I just breathed in with my teeth.
I'm just
Hi,
jumping.
there.
Hi. We got held up.
It's okay. Okay, so Skelly Farm, and then Elias and Scarred. How are they?
They live together.
Why?
Because they're married.
That's disgusting.
He's got like a little tank. It's very funny.
It is pretty funny.
Wait, what origins are they?
Drowned and witch. It doesn't make too much sense, but it kind of does at the same. Oh god. Here, we could stop by and say hi.
This is the way to the end.
The end of. Oh.
Here, come on. We could stop by and say hi since they're the last stop.
Hello, I made a
I come in.
terrible, very bad mistake.
Oh God.
That's
Yeah.
what they said about
Where's
me.
your umbrella? Do you not have your umbrella?
Oh
I do
my.
not have my umbrella.
Oh.
Hello.
Hello. I came
You
with a
don't live
gift for
here.
Scarlet, but I fucked up.
You need.
They don't have their umbrella.
Why?
Yeah, why don't you have your umbrella?
Where'd
This
it
is
go?
at least the second time I've done it. Because I was just vibing in the nether.
Oh.
I was just vibing in the nether.
Okay, well you stay right there. We shouldn't be too
Gotta
long.
keep that thing on you.
Or I mean, you weren't even like. Why don't you go do what you were meant to do, and we'll come back.
Just
Giant
give this to
woman.
Scarlet for me.
Okay. Yeah, you got it. You got it.
See you.
Turn into
Okay.
a giant woman.
Scar.
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 Chisei. Chisei.
What?
Chisei. Oh.
Cheese.
I'm getting stuck.
Yeah,
all the
mud's
vines.
Kinda gloopy.
Chisei.
Mud.
They probably won't hear us from over here. Chisei.
Are they even home?
Whoa,
I have no idea
look
where
how
they are.
pretty this is.
That might be
Oh my
really far out.
God.
Chisei, hello!
Wait, this is so freaking cute. I love this.
We're giving a tour. It's okay. I figured you might be.
I have a gift from Ray
I
for
love
you.
this.
Yeah, Ray doesn't have the
Thank
umbrella,
you.
so Ray's stuck over at the portal. Where'd you go? Oh, there you are.
I'm right here. I'm right
Snoopin'.
here. I Snoop
I don't know.
dogging.
I don't think so. They have a bunch. They just didn't bring one with them at the moment.
This is so.
Don't. No. Don't pretend you don't. You didn't see that. You didn't
It's
see
not-
that. You didn't
it's
see
not
that.
real.
The only reason I know about that is because I'm an editor.
That's
No, you're
fair.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, no, you're not.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
Everyone knows. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
I put
Okay.
down there too.
Oh, you're pink. Because you're a witch?
Oh, the particles? Yeah.
Yeah. I think the particle effects are really cool. It just
They're
adds
so
to it.
magic-y.
All right. I
Oh,
don't.
is this like
I
a
don't
hot
have anything.
spring?
Yeah, it's.
Hey, oh.
Yeah, hot tub. I don't have anything cool. I can't even fucking trade with villagers.
About making a hot tub.
You can't trade with villagers?
No.
Wait, look.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh, so many secrets.
You're gonna get hurt at the bottom. Watch out.
I crouched. I know how to play Minecraft.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wow.
I just always. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry.
Ooh. Oh, that's so pretty. I love this.
Enclosure.
Yeah, this is the bubble I was telling you about for Elias.
This is so freaking cute. I love this.
The indignation. Oh, there's more fish in there. Oh, look at his little butt. Look at the fishy butt.
Why are you looking at his butt?
Cause it's a
Stop.
cute butt. I have a really good clip from last night of the explosion with the
Oh, no.
creeper.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know
How
what creepers and butts have to do with each other.
I was staring at an axolotl's butt because we had a pet axolotl, and I was like, "Oh my gosh, look at his butt! It's so cute." And then 8 goes, "Watch out! There's a creeper!" And I was so enthralled by this very cute axolotl that this creeper just walked up right on me, and I screeched.
That's
My
funny.
I'm so sorry. All right.
This is so pretty. I wish I was
Right?
half as aesthetic as
I
this
know.
entire area.
Literally, my entire place is completely based off of a YouTube video.
I really.
Levi, come back. Levi, come back.
Hold on. I'm coming.
Ooh. String.
Ooh, yeah, I've heard about it.
Breeding area.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Who are you breeding? Hey yo.
Hey yo.
About Scarlet here, come on.
I want
True,
villagers.
true.
I need villagers. Where we go?
This way, I think.
I follow in.
Bounce, bounce.
The mud makes me uncomfortable. The noises that the mud makes.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of the, like, repeated sinking feeling as well.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah.
Like, I think mud is such an awesome part of the game,
Ye-
but...
Yeah, I hate the vines, too.
So squishy.
Aw, that's so sweet. What forethought. I love that.
Yeah,
Aw.
that's good.
That's
cute.
so cute.
Alright.
I
Next
might
place?
Take that idea.
Yeah.
Good idea.
100%.
So good.
Let's go.
Just gonna squeeze in here. Bye-bye!
Bye!
Alright, up this way.
Oh, I got this side. Okay. Hey! That's my right! Bitch!
Eh, eh.
Get out my car! Get out my car!
You mother You motherfucker.
I love that.
Why am I the only one that doesn't get a car? I have to be on my feet. Here, I'll push you.
I don't know.
I'll push you.
Yay!
Go!
Bye, bestie!
Bye, bestie.
See you later.
Bye.
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 I miss you.
I miss you too. Hi, Ellie Hutcha. How you doing? Welcome in. Oh, I gotta catch up. I'm so slow. Oh god, they're so far. I'm pretty good, thank you for asking. Welcome on to the Kingdom's SMP. This is similar to, just for a little bit of a rundown, this is similar to the Empire's SMP, if you've ever heard of it, where each of us are assigned a biome that we lord over, so I rule over the Dark Oak. And we each have our own origins. So I'm an evoker.
Stop in the tracks.
Bestie, what you doing?
I was explaining things to a chatter.
What if you get ran over, August?
That would, I would just have to deal with it.
You can't play in the rail cart. August. What if you got ran over right then and there?
Well, I guess I'd just have to deal with it, wouldn't I?
Levi standing.
I am just standing. Sorry, I was reading something.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure.
I'm sure you're surprised at the fact that I can read, but
I am
Yeah,
a little
that
bit,
is pretty
actually.
surprising.
Where are you going?
I was
I
going
don't
to your
know.
place.
Just looking around.
I was going to August's house.
Do we wanna and then go that way?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought we were going to go in order.
We can do that. Oh. Levi has other plans.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it so far. It's really nice. Literally the only downside is the... Where's Levi going?
I don't know. I thought we were going farthest to not farthest.
We can do that. Literally the only downside so far is the amount of mobs, but I've pretty much gotten a good handle on it.
We're going to go to Ray's.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Farthest.
Raise planes underground base.
But you push me.
Get the fuck out of my way.
Get the fuck out of my way. Ray.
I love the cutoff so much.
Ray's.
Yeah,
Ray. Ray.
Knock knock.
Ray.
Excuse me. Pardon me.
Perdón.
Spin.
is amazing.
Why are there so many bells?
Yeah, what's up with that?
I like it.
It is amazing.
Endless entertainment.
Birch Forest.
How the fuck do I get out of here?
Birch Forest is a nice biome. Queen has
God.
Birch Forest.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, Sonic and Friends is canon.
This stream has been going for 30
I did that
minutes,
on
but
I
I've
did
been
that on
streaming
accident.
for.
An accident? Are you sure?
Oh god, they're so loud. But
Somewhere.
I've been streaming, like, in total for like
How
2
the fuck
years.
did he build it?
Oh, he didn't. Scarlet took over.
That's
Wait,
fair.
really?
Yeah.
That makes so
They
much
came-
sense.
They came here and Scarlet was like, "This is a monstrosity."
Oh yeah, it was initially like a cobble box.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. It was a cobble box with Sonic paintings. With Sonic paintings.
Well, now that part is art.
Yeah, it was a gift from
But-
me.
Yeah, it was actually no, it wasn't even Sonic yet. First time I came here, it was a cobble box with this painting, and it didn't even have the frame on it yet.
Yeah, because we have
Oh,
Sonic
yeah, how
over
do you-
here.
Add the frames.
It's natural. You can just add a
Cute.
setting to it. It's
Yeah.
fun. I like the
Oh,
the
wait.
different paintings a
Oh
lot.
wait, does that mean that Ray's coming back?
Well,
Oh,
maybe.
it might. I wanna spit that.
Yeah, do we want to hide? Yeah, yeah. Everybody, shh, shh, shh. Okay, okay. Wait, do we want to go downstairs? Because that's where Ray's gonna be. Okay, okay.
Oh, yeah, good boy.
Okay. Oh shit. Okay. Yeah, everybody scatter.
Okay, okay. Oh, no.
Shh. Shh, shh, shh. Shh. Nice bait, nice bait.
Confirmed on his way.
I feel like it's a good time to mention Ray is very easy to scare. I've done it so much.
Damn, Scarlet actually built it and says it was just passive.
Well, we know that this isn't anything in comparison to Scar's usual builds.
That's
That's
true.
fair. That's fair. What does that mean?
But she did what needed to be done.
I'm scared.
You can read, kind of.
What do I say? What do I say?
Dark Oak, because that's where August would be.
I feel like little kids playing hide and seek.
We are.
That's fair.
Oh my gosh, how fun would it be if like we did hide and seek like in someone's biome?
Honestly,
That'd be so good.
With the proximity chat, it just makes it
Yeah.
so much better.
We
Especially if,
should.
like it's a fully like built up biome.
Yeah.
That'd be
Whoever's the
hilarious.
busiest.
Hmm?
We should do it whoever's biome is like the busiest looking, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like maybe yours or Scars would be fun.
Yeah, true. I want to get mine built up and then we can do it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, Ray's taking forever.
Yes, Jutes would be boots made of jeans. If they're taking the normal route, it's gonna take a minute. Let's get my umbrella. Apple bottom jeans. Boots with
Hello.
the fur.
Levi didn't come with me. I don't know where they went. Jesus, what the fuck? This is horrifying.
My coffin bed.
That is
I'm
terrifying.
dead. You literally made me undead. You are the one that decided undead was the plane's role. You have to live with the consequences of me sleeping in a coffin.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Apple bottom
Also,
jeans.
can we talk about these paintings, by the way? Can we talk about
Oh.
these?
Yes. I want to proceed with they were part of a trade, and I did not pick the images. I only picked the characters. Levi's in my house.
How the fuck did they find their way here?
Pretty sure that's not one of my belly. I have too many bells to know exactly where it's coming from. I have like so many bells. Hello? Hello? Mr. Bellwinger? Where the fuck are you? Oh, it's by the nether portal that's ringing. Fuck. It's this one that's ringing, but there's nobody here. Apple bottom jeans. See? Just ring it on its own.
What the fuck?
Who's breaking my bell? You steal that shit, you're getting hit. Fight. So who's got the... Oh, is Levi a phantom?
A phantom? I don't remember. No, no one's a phantom.
Okay. Phantoms can turn invisible, that's why I asked.
Yeah. I was just trying to rack my brain.
I'm not Andarian, so like, that's the only way somebody could be invisible to me, other than potions. But then we'd see the effect, so where the fuck are they? I'm going insane. Hello, Arctic. Ghosts are phantoms, we don't have any phantoms. Ah. Thank you, Arctic.
I was trying so hard not to laugh because the mic. Oh my god.
Where were you?
Hey,
I was just up here. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
hey,
No
you're
wonder I
making
heard
sense
the
and I couldn't
fucking
kill you.
no wonder I heard the ladder.
Yeah, I could just click
You
the
don't
bell
have
from up there.
rock noises on.
Holy hell.
Do you want to try something fun?
Absolutely.
Oh, go
What
spin.
type of food
Go
do you
spin.
use?
Go
I can
spin.
eat all food.
Great. Take some of these. This is bare-handed, right? Nothing in my hands except for my umbrella.
What?
How's it been for me so far? It's been pretty good. There's been like, you know, ups and downs. There's been like hate comments and stuff like that, but
Right
it's
up, I need
it's good.
Okay.
I enjoy it. Oh, you finally agree with me about Birch for once.
Where-
I prefer it. I prefer it under certain texture packs, and I like it with the like taller trees now.
Get it?
But like, it's not horrible. I prefer it over like acacia.
Hello?
Hi, Ray.
Hello. I got my
Hi.
fishing pole.
There's everybody.
Do you like my house?
You walked right past me.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh.
And you. Everyone has.
Were you with your kind?
Hey! What's that supposed to mean?
I thought about popping
I
in
mean,
there.
they did literally come from you.
I mean, I wouldn't.
You do kind
I
of
don't want to
blend
think
in.
about the implications of that.
Yeah.
They came from a.
No, I just showed up one day and placed myself as their ruler, okay?
That's fair.
All of them crowding around you.
I didn't create them.
But you're creative.
Alright. Let's get on with this tour. I gotta build my jungle still.
True. Okay.
I'll-
My horse.
I'll come fishing. in a
Dude,
bit,
Spin is
you know,
fucking
so
hilarious. I love
blah,
Spin.
blah, blah, blah.
Spin's my favorite because he'll just be wandering around.
The fact he was just standing here for the longest time, just spinning.
No, I know. I saw him spin. I'm like, what's his name? Wow.
So aptly named.
Mm-hmm.
We got my little chicken coop. It's very tiny. Don't mind that bit. That's because I'm fucking tall.
Don't mind
Mm.
that night.
Imagine not having a shift to get over fucking. Fuck you. And then we have the bigger farm over here. So we got my wheat.
Noise.
We got my potatoes.
Potatoes. Oh yeah, I gotta
Really?
figure out.
Potato.
I think I'm gonna have to live off of wheat and cookies. I think that's the only things I can grow. Or I guess
need to fix
watermelon.
this
There's
for
watermelon in the
myself.
jungle.
We got my carrots. Apparently I'm too tall for all of my fucking farms now.
That's what you
got-
get.
We got my beetroots.
Self-induced tallness.
But why? Why do you have beetroots?
That is a point.
Because there's a mine shaft underneath me that had the seeds, and then we got my little beetroot.
That's fair.
Mm.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm too fucking tall.
Excuse me.
Alright, ready to get going?
Let's go. See you later.
Bye, Ray.
Hooray,
Oh, you
see
coming with
Ray.
us?
Excuse me. Alright.
Arctic, you need to get on because I have
Come on.
leather for you, so that way you can have fucking boots, and I have protection against water, so you can swim.
What?
What's
Arctic
this?
swim.
Alright, this is
Lily?
Lily, yep. Actually, I don't think I've been to Lily's.
Be careful with
Lily's
ours.
place is gorgeous. No.
But be
Let me
careful.
in.
First time I came here, there was no way to get down, and I think there still isn't.
Oh, I see.
Some people, yeah, some people are going big.
I'm a big jumper.
Big jump.
Fuck you.
I'm gonna go
I
big.
cannot
Well, I'm
jump
gonna
like
go
that, I will
small
die.
but wide. I'm not gonna go big. Well, except for like a few. I want to make a few big things, but not like
How do
this
you-
big.
How do you do this?
Oh no!
Oh boy.
I forgot I don't take fall damage.
What?
That's
Who
good.
Are you?
I am a cat. Meow. Check.
Cat boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not really taking it into my lore. I feel more like a monkey man, but you know,
Mm.
monkey mans wouldn't take fall damage either, right? That
I do
seems
think
like
it's really
a
funny
thing.
that Arctic ended up with
I feel like probably not.
the snow golem.
I feel like he'd more likely, like, wrap his tail around something last minute. You know?
Whew. I nearly fell. But I did not.
I've fallen twice now, but I got lucky. Wait a second. How did they get scaffolding?
That's a good question, actually.
There's villages.
Oh, true. And wandering traders.
Good.
Villages don't have any.
No, like the villagers.
Oh.
I see.
Although I did see Elias and Chisei on a stream knocking down a bunch. But Chisei was like, Elias, we can't take this, so I think they might have chucked it.
They better. I need to make a living.
Yep.
I'm gonna punch him. No matter how strong the urge is.
Let's do it.
Did you notice our height differences, by the way? More specifically, you to 8 and I?
I'm canonically any taller or shorter than Steve is, so you don't have to do anything for mine.
8 shorter than you, and I'm slightly taller than you.
Slightly, yeah.
I am a giant amongst.
I was gonna
small-
say, you could make me skinnier
I
if
can
you
see the
want.
top
I
of
want to be a
everyone's
twink.
head.
Please don't eat my hats.
I won't. The only one I can't kind of see the top of the head of is August.
Oh.
I can still
I
kind
think
of see
everyone can see mine.
Oh, that opening is a little spooky.
Yeah.
They did it themselves. I did not do that.
That's fair.
Yeah, you have to walk out the other way.
Well,
I haven't been here since you did this.
Oh, this is so freaking cute!
This is my
Oh.
we're currently in light.
Sorry.
Never.
We're currently in a bit of
Pickle.
working.
I think my place is almost
What's going
completely
on
done.
over
Just
here?
need to do decoration.
This is cool.
That's
like
going to be the
this.
castle.
Is it gonna be the same castle that you showed the tour of?
Yep.
Yeah.
I have to crouch.
Yeah, I realized that the other night.
Oh my
I'm
god,
not
this is
fixing
so
it, I'm
cool!
small. Yeah, it's
Can
my
you-
blueprints for the castle.
Can you show me how to? Oh, it's just part of the.
Oh,
It's
sick.
part of the painting mods.
How do you
I love
craft the
doing
paintings?
It's I think paper surrounded by dye.
Also, as said before, the posters were made by him. Do not blame me for the posters. He chose the images.
I love those.
But yeah,
I
that's the
don't-
blueprints for the castle. Like actually though.
I think I traded like iron for the posters.
Oh, okay. So you can upload your. How do you upload your own?
You like copy and paste a link.
Yep.
Okay. Sweet. I really want to do
Dude, that's
that.
12.
Okay. Anything else I need to see?
I don't think so. Not in here at least.
Okay.
No. A lot of stuff still
Woohoo!
being worked
Oh
on.
fuck.
Yeah.
Oh, I think there's a jungle nearby me though.
Yeah, there
fuck.
is.
So if you want to live by me and Lily, there's a jungle nearby, so you don't have to like wander.
Yeah, I know there was one southwest and the other one was northeast from spawn.
Oh, this is cool.
I
Oh,
don't.
yeah, it's my path pattern.
Ooh.
I love that. I mean, if I can get to everyone from the nether, I don't really care how close I am, but I don't know. Oh, I like that you have your llamas.
Thank you. I have them hanging out over here for now.
I've
Every
killed
wandering
so many
trader.
llamas.
Don't do that.
They drop
did they
leather
do
and I
to you?
needed it badly.
What did they do to you?
Drop leather.
I will not be dropping.
I contact that. Was
Alright.
terrified.
Let's go. Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
and whoosh.
It's getting closer, gonna stick a fork in the fucking toaster.
I just realized that Ray like kind of goes through the nether roof.
Yeah, I'm like 2.5 blocks tall.
The boats.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, because they were bringing in villagers.
Oh my.
And we actually...
Oh. Oh, Spinny.
Wait, so who's this?
Queen.
Queen.
Queen is the birch.
Yep.
I feel like that's a slur.
It does feel a little bit like a slur.
I think that's where the villagers reside. Yeah. Help. I'm too tall.
More like villager.
Help. I
Yeah,
can't
what the
get
fuck?
in.
Haha.
Cool Kids Club.
Cool Kids Club.
Oh, what the fuck?
Who let you in?
I'm literally farmer crouched in here.
I love that. That's so cool, though.
Just too tall.
I love that the height actually affects people. I thought it was just gonna be like an illusion thing.
No. Being tall literally does nothing but harm your gameplay.
What the fuck is this?
What the cinnamon toast fuck is this?
What is this?
There's also a painting floating around. It's just a huge one of me.
Oh yeah, I've
I
seen
love
that one.
that.
Pride got it. It's very funny.
It's so
I need
good.
to make a painting.
I don't know where Pride's place is, but
There.
I don't know
it
either.
might be at Pride's.
What
I
what
think
biome
that's
is Pride?
by Pride's place.
Swamp.
Swamp.
Asked me and then left.
It keeps making eye contact with me whenever we use a portal, and it's terrifying. I'm scared.
You guys
scared
so
about
much.
Tall
Well, people are scary, okay?
What you scared of? Ooh, the spores are gonna come for you. It's our sports team. The
Should we make it
spores.
to besties?
Yeah.
Woohoo! Yippee!
You're pushing me.
Stop pushing me! Stop.
Get fucking cut out, bitch.
Wow. Where's your fox?
He's downstairs, still with the dirt.
I
I
keep
gotta
being
visit
left
him.
behind.
He's still got the dirt you gave him.
Ooh, I love this
I
design.
need this.
Thank you.
Gimme.
I realized that was a really bad idea.
Oh, you got the bird! How'd you get a bird?
He was chilling.
Wow.
He was chilling in my forest.
You can't have an illegal
Damn.
bird.
That's,
I can because he was in my forest.
You
Yeah,
got
he's
the-
like a really good
got
bird.
the fox named Dirty.
Yeah.
He's dirty.
Hey yo, I see the jungle. I
Yeah.
think I gotta live next to Bestie.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much.
I guess this is a good end to the tours. I'm gonna go move into my house now. Would you guys like to come help me?
Sure.
Actually, better yet, you guys got stone tools? Cause I can't get stone.
I can make you some.
Yeah, Bestie. Thank you, Bestie.
This one's almost broken, but it's a axe.
Oh, thank you.
Here.
I just need to get
What else do you need?
stuff.
Since we're here.
I mean, stone's the only thing that I won't be able to get by myself. So
Oh, true.
just cobblestone of any kind is fine.
I'm so glad Scarlet fixed up my house. The trapdoors surrounding my door because I'm too tall for them now.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
I will punch you
Alright.
if you laugh at me.
Let's go.
Woo.
I did not mean to punch you too.
Oh.
What are you doing over here?
Well, I put a border around the entire edge of my place. Because I'm gonna eventually put walls up and have, gates. I think just 2 gates. I'll probably put a gate right in between that tree and these trees.
Cap.
And then maybe, like, a gate somewhere else. I don't know where else.
Does your origin take damage from zombies?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any, like, special buffs or anything. Like, any special shit other than, like, I have an extra percentage chance of being able to keep totems. I'm not cool.
I'm not even as sure as.
Is your
as,
biome like
as me.
super small or?
Oh no, mine's fucking huge.
Okay. It's jungle.
literally our biomes, if you keep going, here, Levi, look.
They go all the way to the ocean.
If you keep going that way, they just keep fucking going in like a diagonal direction that way.
Awesome. Okay.
It's literally insane.
So, I'm gonna try to go.
How did you get out? You motherfucker. Now I have to kill you.
What? What? There's sheep in this hole.
Oh yeah, I have to capture them. They've been chilling down there in the little hole together.
I need
See 'em?
Shape so bad.
Oh, they're kissing. We should look away. No.
Yeah, don't look.
I'll make them have babies and give you the babies.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I can give you some wheat for them.
Oh,
but
I
think
love
you're
not
already
taking
growing
fall
your own wheat.
Bye,
damage.
bestie. Go enjoy your home and come visit me.
Will do. I'll use it.
Okay.
I love the distance.
off jumping up on the trees. A true jungle man.
He's been reunited in his home.
Yeah. This is where he deserves to be.
Weapons.
Huh?
That would like instantly kill people.
Oh god.
I do poison damage to everyone but Elias.
I don't want to be near you.
I heard that.
No, you did.
Okay, so there's a couple things I want to do today. I keep hearing this skeleton. Anyway.
To get my fishing items.
I was figuring we were probably gonna fish by your place anyways.
Oh, sweet.
Fishing spot.
Oh, thank you.
The little giggle.
Yeah.
I have a cute little fishing spot, August.
The best way to keep me out of all your places, just make everything 2 blocks tall.
I went through with a shovel and removed all the snow.
Yeah.
Sorry, I just...
PTSD. Okay, so things I want to do today. I need to make a hidey thing. I need to make like a vault. Which I have underway. Okay, I already have that kind of underway. I have to get these guys out of here. I have an ongoing trade with Pride, actually, the person we were talking about earlier, for slime balls, because this trade, or this, vault, sorry, this, I had to make sure no one was nearby. Yes. Yes. So this vault is going to have secret stairs. So I need some slime balls. I could get honey for the honey blocks, but I need slime balls in general anyway. So I figured might as well get that done and over with. So, I need slime balls for the, one I need leads anyway, but I want slime balls for the sticky pistons. And I'm thinking either I'm going to put it, we'll see it when we're coming over here. Either I'm going to put it in this hole over here, which you might have seen as I was running by. Give me a second to corral these two. Guys, come on. Guys. Let's go. The more XP I have, the better, because I need to, I have to enchant my stuff. But, see this hole? I want to put a staircase in here that goes down into a vault. A secret vault where I will keep all of my most precious items. Like extra equipment in case I die in a war or something, right? Tree sheep. Some golden apples, potions, things like that, you know? I fully expect to end up in a war, okay? I'm probably one of the most likely people to end up in a war. And I feel like 8 probably knows that as well. But I want to be prepared, okay? I want to have a vault for this. And in case my house burns down, I want to have this place ready for that, okay? With all this extra stuff. Food, apples, all that stuff. I also want to be able to corral my animals down there if necessary. Dirt, which you can see cutely sitting in there. Dirt, Wilson, you know, some of my barn animals so that I don't have to go get new barn animals. Shit like that. And I just want to not have to start fresh, you know? And I want to be able to hide in there if necessary. I feel like it makes the most sense. I thought about putting it directly underneath the house, but I feel like that hole makes the most sense. So I think I'm going to make that. I want to move the portal, but I think leaving it there feels okay. If I need to, I can break the portal and manually move around the world. It'll take a lot longer, but if I need to, I can do it. So that's something that I want to do, is do the vault. I can at least dig out the vault. And what I'll do is I will cover up the hole loosely so that people don't see it. Or, well, I guess it's in a spot where most people won't see it anyway, because pretty much everybody comes from the portal now anyway, so people won't come out here. So we don't have to worry about covering it up. I'll dig out the area for the vault today. We'll worry about the actual covering it up and making it all, you know, good for the actual redstoning another time. And then I want to start working on the gate, because I know one gate is going to go right there. So I need to dig out that mound right there, because that's in the way. We have to dig that out, flatten it out, make it look all nice. So I have to do that. We're going to probably start on the gate. I don't think we have all the supplies we need for the gate, so I don't know how far we're going to get into the gate. That's some stuff. We might visit on Levi a couple times just to see how they're doing, just to make sure they're doing okay. Yeah, so we got a couple things to do. Here. I think we have... Here, we'll make a to-do list. Make it right here. To-do list. We'll put V for vault, in case anyone walks in on this to-do list. And in case anyone asks, we'll say it's Valentine's Day, and it's too long of a thing. So we'll just say, oh, Valentine's Day gifts. You know, we'll just say it's Valentine's Day gifts. Gate prep. Yeah, gate prep. Gate. Boom. Vault, gate prep, gate. Bada bing, bada boom. Not necessarily in that order. The only things that obviously need to be in that order are gate prep and gate. I think we'll prioritize maybe getting rid of the hill. Because that way we can get a little bit more cobblestone. So. Okay. Anyway. We are going to need a shovel. We're probably going to need a better shovel, because I know I'm going to be digging out a lot of dirt. I need to slap one of these over there. But because this area having a crafting table will be good. This area is going to fill out. It's going to have, like, a lot more shit, but it's empty for now. Okay. Hold on. I didn't realize how low my pick is. Ah! Good song. Dirección. But yeah, see what I'm talking about? How this is kind of in the way of where this gate is going to be. This isn't even as wide as the gate is going to be, I don't think. Well, it is, because I think the gate is smaller than this. As far as, like, width-wise, as, like, the entrance of the gate. So you walk in. I don't want people to have to, like, climb this whole entire fucking thing. So I'm going to dig it out. Yeah, I'm going to dig it out. The actual tower is going to sit in this hill, so that's fine. I don't have to worry about that hill. I'll just, like, carve this out so it's, like, curved like that, probably. This side, I'll probably just get rid of some of these trees for that tower. I need to turn my body. I sit weird. I'm glad you can't see it because it looks funky. I should warn you guys, this bit is gonna get more mundane. And I'm gonna get a bit more focused. I'm probably not gonna be talking too much, so I do apologize in advance. I'm gonna turn up the music for it, since I'm not gonna be talking too much. Who says shirt in netherite? Wild. Wild. I didn't even realize my dog came in. Now they're both cuddled up on the bed. I'm just covering up this area because it's so uneven. And it's kind of ridiculous and it gets in the way a lot. Figure it's easier this way. Alright. Sorry, give me a second. My sister texted me. I just have to figure out how much space we need for the actual redstone before I allocate space for the vault itself. So I'm looking at the video. Seven by 5 by 6. Okay. Cool. Because I am no good at redstone. I always fuck something up. Okay. Do it back here. Fuck off, Ray. I have it. Me. I have it. I need... I don't know why I'm looking at the thing. I don't need anything for the thing. I just need torches. Fuck off. Ooh. I'm in such a late 90s, early 2000s mood. My music. My music. Please. Baby, please. I'm gonna cry. No. No. I hear you typing away.
Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie.
Yeah, no, I don't need anything specific. I just need stuff to craft with as of right now.
Okay,
Is just about it.
there you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna need some ores soon too. Is that something I should talk to you about, or Ray? I think it was.
Ray, I think, has a lot, so I feel like probably Ray.
Okay. I don't like that cow down there. It's gonna be funny.
If you need food, though, let me know, because I've got my fields, so
I like your to-do list.
thank
I
you.
just started planting stuff, so I should be okay. You know what's the most unsettling thing? Is playing with a bunch of creepers during the day and not having to worry about them because they're scared of me.
Oh, true.
Or I guess they aren't scared, but they don't care. But like, yeah, it's so weird because I feel like I should be worried, but I don't have to be.
Right.
Yeah, it's very unsettling.
God.
Oh, I like your little trade chest. That's a good idea.
Thank you.
I'm gonna need a portal. Excuse me, soon. I mean, I'm close enough to you, but if Ray or whoever's doing the portals, I think Ray was saying he was. If he makes his way out here at any point,
your portal should be close enough that it should be easy to connect it to the highway.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, we'll figure that out, but until then, this is fine.
Okay.
Anyways, thanks for the business, bestie.
Of course, bestie.
Yeah. Oh, we should make a path between our places, by the way, too.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
I didn't really go far. I just kind of went diagonally that way.
Okay. If you clear a little bit of a path that you realize that you're using, we can figure it out and make our own little path with whatever blocks we want to use.
Okay, perfect. I will do that at some point.
Okay. Bye, bestie.
Love you.
Love you. I have to hide this even from the bestie. They can't know. If they know, then it could put them in danger. I've got to hide it from 8 too, even though 8's on my side. Even in a war scenario, they can't know. I remembered too. I forgot for the longest time who I've got under my thumb. I've got Ray and Finn under my thumb. Ray is a strong player. Let's talk about this. Ray is a strong player in the game, right? Ray has a lot of ores and has pretty much control over the Nether Highway, right? Finn is kind of lagging behind everybody. Finn's starting to catch up. How tall is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But is still lagging behind everybody. I don't think Finn even has diamond yet. But Ray's doing fairly good. So they're not horrible people to have under my thumb, even though I don't think either of them realize it. I do need to bring it up at some point and make them kind of realize it. Maybe. Or maybe I should just keep it to myself. Maybe I should just, maybe I should just keep it to myself until the moment comes. You know? Be like, you know? And then bring up the indisputable proof. Maybe I should clip the moment that I was like, just, you know, you owe me. So, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna watch the video and see where they put their stairs. So I know. Let's see. Before you get loose and start to lose your mind. I think they put it diagonally, so I have to resize this. Shit. Which is fine. I can still use this length to my advantage, but I have to dig more this way. I don't want to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll put the blocks where the stair is going to be as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so they have it like this. And then when it collapses, it's a neat line. He's never had ramen? What? Fucking wild. Oh, duh. I was like, wait, why is this not tall enough? One. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Although they probably don't expect you to be putting it in a fucking cave, so. Absolutely savage, Chise. El Mayo. Okay. There we go. They had a whole conversation about the snowy plains, too. Nope, they're not snowy plains. Yeah, they're snowy slopes. Get this shit out of here. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Cool. And then all this is going to be closed off with stone up to this. These will also be stone, but you know, potato, tomato. Divorce? You know what? I'll have this area open, but then I think I'm gonna open it up this way. I do not want. I just have to be careful no one notices. And I think if anyone asks, I'm just gonna be like, oh yeah, it's a new mine. If anyone asks what I'm doing, new mine. New mine. Ooh, you got a nautilus shell? Why'd he throw it away? Yeah, once I figure out the redstone situation, I'll close it all up so it'll be all neat and nice. And then this will all be open. I want to do something quick. This is stupid, but I want to do something quick. I'm gonna be a troll.
Nom nom nom.
Ah!
Bitch.
Why
Hello.
We are
You-
peacefully
you
fishing.
Hi.
What? What's up?
Not much.
What?
I just wanted to TP and call you a bitch.
Oh,
Elias, look at me real quick.
okay.
I need you to stand right next to me, Elias.
Oh, thank you. My first one.
Elias.
Thank you. Now I feel kind of mean. I came here and called you a bitch and I got a netherite ingot for it.
I'm told.
I don't like
Yeah?
this.
Yeah, you're tall. You're tall.
I feel
The thing
demasculated.
is, you actually can't harm me more than I can harm you. I even have like a diamond.
I can't even see you under there. It's like you don't exist. Ah!
Shit.
Oh
Why would
no!
you do that?
Cooked fish! Gotta grill the fish sometimes.
Take the meat.
Oh, I thought you said take the knee, and I was like, wow.
Take the meat. It's body meat. Take it.
Yeah, it's amethyst. My area has decorated amethyst.
Do you like the sound of my people? That's what's like. We're having a wonderful time explaining canon lore such as Sonic and Friends.
Such as what?
Sonic and Friends.
Oh.
I'm under the umbrella now. Oh.
And the one
What?
tall friend you have holding
What's
the
up?
umbrella so that way it doesn't hit their head.
Yeah.
You like fishing?
I like
Also,
fishing.
Elias, if you ask August nicely, you can have him change your height.
You got a fishing rod? Or do you want one?
I got a fishing rod.
Take a seat.
Okay, hold on. I gotta go home.
No. Fucking loser.
Hold on.
Fucking
What?
Fucking loser.
What? What?
Keep that thing on you.
What's up?
Make it
How big? You need to specify, because there is a game-breaking bigness we can get to.
That's true.
No.
Over 9,000. Yeah, I think the server would crash.
No.
Hold on, I wanna try something.
Elias, I went to 2 and nearly broke.
That's not a bad idea. Oh god, he's like a shark.
God. Terrifying.
Oh god,
Start actually restricting him to the water.
a literal whale. The umbrella. Ah!
I feel like I'm gonna get murdered. Ah. Oh my god!
Canonically giant, apparently. You put it through my pain. You're not fully broken. Captain just has to add height. Yeah, don't worry about this time. If Captain fixes your height, it'll be fine.
Nah, that's your life now. Oh my. Like, I go up to, like, Elias is, like, Bye bye. No more alliance.
Stop cracking your screen protector.
Make them like not even half a block tall. Like a little less than half a block. You're gonna be the smallest around. Yeah.
Oh, little baby man! Little baby man! Oh, little baby! Oh, little baby man! Little baby boy, little baby man! Oh, look at this hole! Oh, look at this little hole, this little hidey hole. That's a literal cave for you. That's a cave for you.
He was exploring.
That might as well be a home for you.
Mines.
Ow!
Jesus, he's powerful.
Holy fuck!
Takes no damage.
Man's got a fist. Little gremlin.
Please
He's got
clip
a,
little baby
oh no,
man.
he's got a paper clip.
Don't feed him after midnight. Shit.
Oh no.
I need this clip. Little baby man.
Little baby.
Little baby.
Man.
Dude, someone get a slab. Someone get a slab.
It's
Tiny pufferfish.
P-E-H-A-U-I. Hold on, I want to test something. My pufferfish are bigger.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Size is different
Holy shit!
depending on your height.
They all go into the small stack.
Yeah.
That is so fucking wild. He could drown in that. Careful.
Oh no.
Don't kill the baby.
Water breather.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Oh, true. I forgot because he's baby.
Take the puffer.
Oh my god, look at the little axe. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, he came out swinging. Whoa! Oh! 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 Not my ankles. He can't even get up. He can't get up. I'm safe.
Oh, no, God.
Oh. Oh no. Oh.
Oh.
No. No. He's adapted.
He's overcome.
He's learned. Oh, you want a boost? You want a boost?
Adapt. Adapt, overcome, survive. No, 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 no. Oh, there he goes. Off into the sunset. Oh.
No, we got this. I got this.
I want to see him with a chicken.
Trap him. Trap him. We can make millions off this. Oh, yeah, let's take him to Scar. Bring the baby man to Scar. Wow. You've really made the best of this. When he turns his head around for some reason, it's the best. It's so slow.
We can.
The little legs.
For 1.19
This way.
on fabric.
I can only imagine how big everything must be.
Yeah.
Maybe trap him for a second. Do you like my trap? He can't leave. I want to see him try.
Yeah, you can only leave if you can get past this.
Yeah.
You
Without
gotta,
breaking
you got, yeah,
blocks.
you gotta get past it. It's like a puzzle. Oh, he's thinking.
Scoot, it's on 1.19.2 fab. There's no other entrances. But
This is weirdly so fun. Just watching him move. If only I'd seen when we had the inchling on Origins.
Oh.
I never got to see him move around.
Oh yeah, Mari was the inchling.
Oh, it was Mari? I never knew.
Tiny. Yeah, I think she was on for one time, and she was absolutely minuscule. She was
Oh,
like the size of
was it you that had the inchling area in your house?
Yeah.
I just placed back the flowers.
Then people said I had termites.
A termite problem. You needed pest control.
Apparently.
Yeah, let's take you to Scar.
That is now.
Careful, hold my hand. Hold my hand up the stairs.
You got this, little baby.
One step at a time.
What really helps is he's slower on dry land, so it makes him like
It sells it so well.
person.
Up the stairs, it's the best.
Fast enough.
Elias is gonna disown all of us. Start a war.
Fuming. Positively fuming.
You have to promise to fix his height after we show Scar.
No, I will. I'm not keeping it forever. That would just be torture.
Yeah,
That'd be so mean.
you know, you can only do this to someone who literally asked for it, like 8 over there.
I got a screenshot of you guys
So did I.
on either side of them, and it's absolutely hilarious.
You gotta send it to me.
Really cute
I
this
will.
Whole bit.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely getting a clip of this.
Okay.
I'm also editing this for YouTube.
I got a mic.
Oh my gosh, him in a minecart. Yeah, take the minecart.
There's one on the rail already.
Okay. Oh my god! It's so small!
It's just his little umbrella. Scoop, clip him in the minecart.
Absolutely adorable.
Wagus? Paul Man. Rayman. Fighter of the night man. Whoa. Champion of the dark. Yes. Yeah.
Hi, August.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello.
I tried to catch it.
I caught it.
You caught it?
I caught it.
Nice. Oh, waiting patiently.
Baby man.
Thank you for waiting. Damn, why are there so many minecarts down here, but there's never a minecart left for me? I always have to run.
Dying. A lot of dying. Is why. What did Ken do?
Oh! Jesus.
Hello, little baby.
Yeah, I just watched you fall from the sky.
Gotta be careful, little baby man. I wish Scoot was a content creator, So I can invite him here and make him a little baby man. Just a little baby man.
Oh my god.
Oh.
See his tiny umbrella.
Is he?
Do you need help?
What's he doing back there?
Do you need help?
Need a boat ride, little guy?
What's he doing back there?
Slap, she'll be fine.
Oh, it's all right.
He went around.
You all hold? You all hold my hand? You all hold my hand? Yeah. Okay.
Do it.
All right. Here you go. You can hold my hand.
Here you go.
Here you go, buddy. Stay on the lily. Oh, careful, careful. Stay on the lily pads. Stay on the path. It's okay. Oh, careful. There you go. You got it. You got it. You're making it. Almost there. You're doing it. You're doing it.
Doing it.
Oh, 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 you're almost there. You're almost there. Oh, you made it. You made it.
He can't jump up.
Oh no.
Oh, oh. Oh, oh no. Oh no.
Elias, you have your enclosure. Go to your enclosure. We'll meet you down there with Scar.
Yeah, we'll meet you. We'll meet you. Not the enclosure.
Oh, Scar.
Scarlet.
Swallow it. Oh,
Scarky.
Hey,
It sounds like
Scarlet, I'm
something-
walking here.
Something like birds. Like bird related.
Yeah, it's like a parakeet.
I'm squawking here.
I'm squawking here.
August when they go into town.
Okay, Scar.
Alright, yeah.
Okay. Whee.
Okay, when I'm not on the path, I don't mind the mud. I actually like the sound. But when I'm on the path, I dislike it. Very much so.
Is anyone else getting like arrow shot at them whenever they jump, or is that just because I'm tall? Oh, that's the pizza.
I think that might have been you.
So we're messing around with the PQ, whatever it's pronounced, height mod. Elias has to be tall. He's down in his enclosure.
Come here.
He
Come
pushed
see.
up.
Where is he? Oh my gosh, the descent!
He's a little baby man. He can't even get up onto your house.
Yeah, he couldn't even get on. That's why he's in his enclosure. He's too tiny.
Yes, hold on. He can't.
Here, let's see if we can get him inside.
Too tiny. I'll be right. Oh. I'll be right back as soon as he came.
Alright.
Entertain my chat while I'm gone, y'all. With the little baby man.
Hi, chat. How would we get him up here?
Oh no, he's here. He's down here somehow.
What?
Imagine picking him up.
Oh my goodness.
Tiny.
Uppies, uppies.
That's Scarlet set him on fire.
Oh god. Literal child abuse. That's horrifying.
looking for dates. Do you have the means to get infinity? Probably if I fish enough. Ray's out. Ray's in pizza mode.
Pizza, pizza.
Pizza, pizza. Oh,
Tiny
yeah,
flesh.
okay.
Tiny flesh, tiny flesh, tiny flesh, tiny flesh, tiny flesh. I haven't eaten today.
Neither have I.
I just haven't.
After stream.
I just haven't felt hungry lately. I don't want to eat.
That's fair. Yeah, fair, but kind of necessary.
Is it though?
Yeah, ever thought about eating your own scabs?
I do that.
Ever think about eating the sticks of lollipop stuff?
We already know you do that.
It's so yummy though.
Hi, Queen. Ang, 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 ang. That is also a clip, and it's very funny, actually.
Me eating sticks?
You eating the stickier lollipop. I think I hear Ray coming back.
Hello, I'm back with pizza.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh god, Semi just made me get a snack.
Yeah, that's what you get.
God damn it.
How's Elias?
shoot.
Is he still a baby boy?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Very small.
He's upstairs with Scar.
Amazing.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm gonna head up top and then go get a snack. Oh, hello.
You should get 2.
2?
Yeah.
That's asking a lot of me.
Hold on, you'll see.
Simply delicious.
Okay. Okay. I should have expected that. The second I said that I haven't eaten all day and haven't been hungry at all lately is the second people are like, oh, get a snack, get a snack.
Yeah.
My mom just like ordered pizza after I had pizza for dinner, but pizza's one of my main safe foods, so
Or I'll murder you, Jesus.
My parents aren't home tonight, but I don't want to make food.
I have to make food every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, but we're gonna change that because I won't be able to.
Oh, yeah, I want to see the boys first. I'll get snack after I see the boys. Little baby man.
No, baby man.
Little baby man. Oh yeah, this is what you missed out on. We just kept calling him baby man.
Yeah. Just,
Can't even run.
he can a little bit, Scar.
He just struggles a little bit.
Scarlet, he's a drowned. He'll breathe fine.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Who hasn't slept?
Me.
I'll keep you safe, bud.
It's definitely me thereafter because I'm not sleeping.
Oh, this is cute. This is really cute. That is the best hiding spot. Even if you didn't have the block up top, if you had, like, the regular umbrella, you'd be perfect. If someone was just running by, holy shit.
But
Literally. Just gone, immediately.
If he asked nicely, you change his height. And you did. I forgot to tell him you needed specific specifications.
I'm not changing it over 9,000.
We use specific commands. Elias, for reference, I'm 1.17.
Scarlet, your farmer died.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, apparently there was a break-in. There's a bit of a break-in around that.
Don't let me hit a villager. If I hit a villager, they become a zombie.
Uh-oh.
So unless you want to like restart on your villagers, don't let me hit them.
Don't hit
It's
them.
only if I hit them. I just need to not left click. Shiny magic book, never break 2.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm getting reused to the language. I'm learning a new language through
That's
Minecraft.
unbreakable. Emeralds. Emeralds.
Emerald.
Oh, wait, what's this one? Quick Purge. Depth Strider. Emerald.
There we go. Now he's just a bit taller than me.
How about... I'm trying out different heights. I'm a heckin' chunker.
But it keeps you proportionate.
Yeah. There you go.
Fire Aspect 2.
I want to see you sleep in a bed.
You're pretty tall.
Fire Aspect 2.
I wonder what it looks like when I sleep in my
You're a little bit taller than Ray now.
Like father, like son. I definitely got all my height from you, considering he reproduced me alone.
Dink, 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 dink.
I don't know
Dink,
if Scarlet wants
dink.
to be shorter, though. That's up to her. Choose your canon height. She is. She literally is. You
Yeah,
are 4
literally.
inches tall.
I did not shrink you, no.
We would have noticed the difference. You're steep height.
Yeah. You just
Everyone else has height.
Yeah, everyone's changed their height here.
Except
yeah, other than 8.
Has minus height. 8 shorter. Look at 8.
I don't know. I know that the Origins mods have little things like that where certain
It pulls you down, doesn't it?
Yeah, I know that
Because
certain things don't work on certain Origins.
it might be because you technically already have it because of your origin.
Yeah.
17 book, 11 book. This one's better.
So you know how you swim faster underwater? That's the depth one.
I'm gonna go get my snack.
Your origin already gives you the enchant.
He's useless. He doesn't have anything.
Then rest in peace. Well.
Ooh, infinity.
Hello, Scarlet. Infinity was infinity, did he?
Yeah.
I'm still working on getting to the end. We'll get there one day.
One day.
I'm working on that nether path, so
I
that way
think-
we don't die on it.
Yeah, they said that we have one we got to the portal, but we don't really have a path.
I'm
something like
working
that.
on it still.
Yeah, that's fair.
We have a path, we just don't have one that's super safe or fast to get to.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's too wide and uncovered. That makes sense.
I'm
Too
working
wide
on
is better than one wide, to be
it.
honest.
Scarlet, I still haven't gotten to the village yet. I'm still working on that path, I'm sorry. I'm still working on the village path. I haven't gotten to the end path.
Oh my.
It's so far away. But Scarlet told me to just follow that until I get to the end one. Yeah. I haven't gotten to the first stop yet. I'm working on it. Oh god, I barely have any time to do that. Like 3 days. Ha 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 ha. Oops.
Just find another person who will probably be on and be like, yo.
I need to make more food and enchant stuff, but I can't get to level 30 because I'm fucking cursed on the server. This pizza's so good, and I think I'm hungrier than I actually thought I was.
Yeah.
For reference, the pizza slices are longer than my face. Like, they're fucking huge. Have some on me. Elias and Scar are like the richest people on this server right now.
Mm-hmm.
I fully believe it.
Considering they're like in full netherite. See, I don't poison him.
Mud.
I don't know if I picked it up. I'm sorry. I think I did. No idea what it was. Scarlet, what did you give
Fair
me?
bit.
Scarlet, what did you throw at me?
Good dude.
Ah, thank you. But yeah, I picked it up. You can sweep only at night and in thunderstorms.
No, watch me.
I love you breaking your neck in game for that.
Yeah, that was me sleeping. That's how I sleep. Me. Yippee. Should I order food?
Yes.
Yeah.
Scarlet left the game. Did you know this is the voice that warriors make to show that they're really good warriors? I learned it from playing Phoenix White with my family. I meant Ace Attorney, but I forgot the name of the game.
I want to
What
get
was the
20
main
chicken
character?
nuggets.
Do it.
Hell yeah.
I want to get 20 chicken nugget.
20 chicken nugget?
Will I
Fun
eat
fact,
20
I can
chicken
do a lot of
nuggets?
bad accents.
I'm gonna go work on a thing at my house.
Okay.
Ooh,
goodbye.
August being all secretive. Ooh.
Shut up. I
What
will
thing you gonna
eat
be
your
working
head.
on?
Oh, Jesus.
What?
What thing are you working on?
A thing that starts with
Honestly.
Queen.
T and ends
says
with
we
G,
asked
and the
August
middle
if she
letters
plays.
are H-I-N.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
Oh.
August. The
What?
same command for me
What?
due to Queen, because we're the same height.
I don't fucking remember that command.
It's not our DMs, weirdo. Watch this.
Hello.
I'll do something really
No,
cool.
I have to physically look up to you.
oh,
That means I have to make you over 7 foot tall. Fuck you.
Ow.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can
Hi,
hear you.
Scarlett.
Yay!
Hi.
I tried to put this. Captain, don't. Where are you?
Captain.
You're not hearing this. I tried to put an auto fish thing on, but it didn't work. It broke the voice
Oh,
thing.
Captain's over there. Scarlet, I
Yeah.
need you to know something.
What?
Because
There you go,
Elias
Queen.
is taller than my character, he's canonically over
The
7
fuck is
foot
that
tall.
noise?
So I was
I roll.
thinking,
He's like 5'8" on a good day.
I'm 5'8"
Thursday
on a
work out
good
here
day.
being a drone.
You're all short. You're all very small, and I am the tallest. Don't put me in water.
Incorrect.
Put you in this
I
live,
need
baby man.
food.
You saw it all.
I can't believe a zombie killed my backup villager. Elias, we've got to go get some more from that village.
Okay, I mean, we've made the path out already, right? So,
Yeah, it'll be easy now that there's a boat path.
We
Guys, so here's what happened. I told Ray this, but there's one village that I know that's really close to us So I like marked the chords and then built a precise path
Mhm.
there. And on my way, like 300 blocks away,
Yes.
I may have accidentally killed a raid captain because they just were in my way. And then I showed up to the village with bad omen and a raid came and like murdered all 10 villagers
Oh
right as I
God.
arrived. And I was like, God damn it.
Those guys like me.
They like me, right? The pillagers don't fight me back.
They don't
So,
fight
like,
me either.
I just kill them now when I see them because they're annoying. But it turns out even if you're a pillager, if you kill the raid captain, a raid starts no matter what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
8, you are very small.
You're
you get
very
shorter?
small. No, I'm just in the mud.
Are you, what? Is that how that works?
The mud
Yeah, you
Oh,
sink in
yeah.
the mud.
sinks everyone.
That
Would you
makes
rather
so much
mud in the
sense.
sink or sink in the mud?
Neither.
You make a really good point.
Wait. 21
Yeah,
emeralds
which is
isn't
why I'm
bad.
getting him.
Do we
I'm gonna
have,
make a fletching
paper?
table. Oh wait, does Levi need the string?
So
Yeah.
that's why they're gonna have me hit the
Do-
villager so I can zombify them and they can re-roll it.
Okay, I'm gonna go get string for Levi.
Do we
What,
have
Alexa?
paper
Oh, I
to
have
roll?
string on me.
Hot and spicy McChicken is
Yeah,
not
but
a
I have like
beverage.
Okay.
stacks of it in the spider spawner.
Why is
Well,
hot and
paper.
spicy McChicken a beverage
no,
option?
string.
What?
And we shouldn't do paper trades,
Gotta
we should
drink that
do-
hot and
I-
spicy.
We
I'm
should
being
do the wood
complete-
trades.
What?
Okay.
I got some spiders out, but not fermented. They're at my house though.
Oh.
You gotta drink down that hot and spicy.
I will not be drinking this hot and spicy. I do not want to drink any of the hot and spicy.
I don't
So
know how to
much
fix that
money.
though. It shouldn't be echoing. Oh, I think I might know why it might be echoing. Maybe? No, that shouldn't echo it. I don't know. You need to fucking eat dinner.
They're working on it.
That's still a drink
What?
option.
Have you eaten yet?
I'm eating chips.
Good.
I
This
just
should
ate
not be a
dinner.
drink
No,
option.
Scar just echoes by herself.
I
Mhm.
just ate dinner. I have to turn Scarlet down the lowest of anyone because she's insanely loud.
Ooh,
Mhm.
wait. Do I want a shake instead?
I'm insanely
Kinda.
deaf, so I have to turn everyone up.
Ooh. Yeah, but
And
would
what?
their shake machine be working?
That's a good question.
Oh, wait, where are you ordering it from?
McDonald's.
McDonald's.
Like straight from the website?
DoorDash.
If you can do a selection thing with DoorDash that says if they don't have the item to specifically refund that item sometimes.
Oh. Okay.
So
I'll get it.
tiny.
Medium.
So that way if they don't have it, you can just get your money back for it.
Ah.
I'll just add it in my notes, like,
I'll
yo,
be
if they
back.
don't have.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to my place. Bye bye.
Have fun.
I will.
I'm probably gonna head off with Queen in a second.
Okay. So we gotta. I can eat cake. So we gotta dig out the rest of our secret lair. This cake. This way. I've got a lot of land.
Yeah, I did. They were okay. Get your fish. Come on.
It's 2 more.
It's taking fucking forever. I hear
Wow.
people.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Levi!
Bestie!
Bestie!
Oh, Levi needs the string. Okay, I go get string.
Bestie, bestie.
I have
I'm not
nothing
leaving
to
until you
offer
leave.
but bamboo, which I think
You
already...
can just have it.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Do you want bamboo?
No, we have some.
Okay.
Illegally.
Stop that. You don't, I don't even have anything to put this on. That's okay.
Oh, do you need diamonds?
No, it's okay, it's okay. I don't have anything to offer.
They say that they were hot and spicy. They also said the mayo was too.
Out of nowhere.
We were discussing McDonald's.
Yeah, hot and spicy.
Okay.
You're still
Do
on
any
that?
of you need bamboo?
Yes, I
Sure.
do.
Okay. How
I got
many?
some string on me.
I got 1 stack for you. 1 stack for you.
What the fuck?
So Arctic is definitely lurking in my stream right
Oh,
now.
gotta be.
Ah,
What?
Thank
That's
you.
Crazy.
I also have boots for him, but he ignores us.
Here's a bunch of fish.
thank you. You guys want some cookies?
I don't want.
Ooh, thank you.
Oh!
Thank you. I was about to be like, 8 took my cookie.
Thank you.
Okay.
No, I'm a polite young
Ah.
man.
Thank you. You guys are so nice. Hey, yo, who put some moss over here?
Ooh, we're jamming.
Oh, in the hot tub. In the hot tub.
In the hot tub.
Be careful drifting in the hot tub.
Careful the current.
Someone got sucked down.
Is Levi down
first.
here?
I'm
Yeah,
on. I'm
they're
on.
outside
I'm
the
the
jacuzzi.
Woo!
Where go?
Like,
Come here, Levi.
Here I am.
The majority of people in this room right now are just missing like pride.
Oh my gosh! Ah, you didn't have to do that. Ah!
I
It's
still
so
have 3 more
tiny.
stacks. Is that enough? I assume it's for
Oh,
wool and
that's-
stuff.
Yeah, it's everything that I need. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome. Queen?
Ah,
This is-
schnitzel.
Here you go, Queen.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Hold on.
Why is everyone
Wait, hold
so
on, hold on,
short
hold on, I got
besides
this.
August?
Wait, hold on, I got
and
this.
Elias?
Hold on, I got this.
Yeah, I
Hold
feel
on,
like
wait,
the
I
heights
got
have
this.
magnified.
Hold
What
on.
happened?
We asked August kindly to change our heights.
I think I have sugar.
Hey, August. I won't ask you to change
I
my
don't
height
have
because
mushrooms.
I'm not a pussy. But may you make me
Damn.
0.2 blocks skinnier?
Can I do that?
Can you give me boobs?
Yeah, it's I was testing it out.
We're
You just
adding
have
the
to
ginger
do
ones
the
soon, don't
the command, and then instead of height, do weight, and then do subtract 0.2. I have a fat ass.
Ooh, thank you.
I wish.
I don't know what
have
the weight
inventory
command is.
space for this.
It's the same thing as height. Wait, what were you doing
Did
for
you just
height?
call my sugar crap?
No.
Oh my gosh.
Scale
crap.
Oh
set.
my gosh.
Here,
Wow.
here. Who wants this? Here. You can have that.
Oh yes, fuck yes.
So I figured out what was wrong with JEI. JEI doesn't like fabric for some reason, so I had to
Oh, you
use
might
it
have had the
doesn't.
forged one installed.
I had to use REI instead. No, I tried the fabric JEI and it didn't.
Wait,
And
did
it kept
you do
crashing. Yeah.
I don't have
Am I
any meat to.
skinny
Wait,
now?
no, I do have meat to give you. Hold up. Elias, stay still.
Yeah, I
Father.
think you are a bit skinnier.
Sweet. I didn't make
I
my
need-
3 pixel skin, so.
I need someone that can trade with villagers.
Slim arms.
Ooh, I wanna trade. I want villagers first of all, but I would also like to trade with
I need
villagers. I don't have any XP,
shrooms.
so I'll do it.
I need
I need
shrooms.
Hi. What? Huh? Shrooms? Hi.
I need shrooms. I need to make fermented spider's eye. Ow! Bullying the shorter
Alright.
people?
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Big. Oh, okay.
Weren't you like a block a moment ago? Wow.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I ate a lot of food and I grew.
Like what?
Fish.
I've been eating fish for years. You're a liar. Anyways, where the fuck?
What was it that you needed, Queen?
How did you get up there? Huh?
We're gonna do
Shrooms?
shrooms.
Oh, shrooms.
Also, I turned on 3D skin layers, so Elias's helmet actually looks like a helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
How do you turn it on?
It's a mod. I also
Oh.
have Zeros and REI.
I'm in your
Oh,
walls.
Queen, here you go.
Oh my.
What?
No, not all
Why
of
is
it.
it
No,
so-
I gave you all of it.
How much did you mean to give me?
1.
Oh, I just gave back all of it. It's so freakishly
There you
big, though. Look at it.
It's normal for us, but like once Elias throws it
Have
out,
you
it's
seen?
huge.
Have you seen an inchling throw out stuff? It gets so tiny.
So funny. Ooh. Thanks.
That diamond is half your size, 8.
Hey, it's half your size too.
I don't have inventory space.
Why are you still wearing iron armor? I've given you plenty of diamonds.
Because I don't have mending for it yet, so my diamond armor gets worn when I go to fight the Ender Dragon. Because I will break it and or lose it.
I'm so scared.
Ow.
I've gotta go. Ow.
I need to empty my inventory.
Yep. So you need red and brown mushrooms, right?
I don't know, hold on. Fermented spider's eye. Just brown mushroom.
Okay, I can bring you some.
Aw, the tiny people
how
were
much?
together.
Hey!
Ah,
Haha.
I just need to make one set of potions.
that was horrifying. Your head turned before the rest of your body did.
Yeah, that happens.
Oh.
So how
Probably
much?
just like 1 or 2, because I just need to make one set of potions.
Okay, I can do that.
I'm gonna breed my villagers.
Good luck. Where'd August go?
Alright, now it's actually time to go. Let's get some work done. Also, I don't want to get punched again. Oh, what a deal! Oh. I was wondering why it felt weird. It's because I was on the wrong side of the portal.
Hit me.
No.
You won't.
How'd you even get here?
Carefully.
Oh, okay.
Wow, how impolite.
I got off and it started going the opposite direction.
Be polite about it.
What the fuck?
You have to be polite, August.
I try.
Mm.
How did you get in here? So we gotta keep digging. I have to empty out my inventory. I only have one piece of netherite. So I have to figure out. I have to chuck this in here. This is all my like important shit. I have to figure out what piece should switch out first as far as like netherite stuff. Like what I should change to netherite first. What the priority is, but I don't know. Or maybe I should just wait. I might just wait. I'm trying to get through the door and not look. Motherfucker. Oh my god. I'm so tall I can't get through the door. Can't get through the. Okay. I think this is what I was at originally. I'm just gonna stick to this because I can't apparently get through the door the way I was. Even though I liked being at 1.1 because I was taller, I can't get through the door of my own house without crouching. So I also need to finish my bookshelf. This doesn't need to be huge. 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I'm gonna plop a bed in here so I can reset my spawn point if need be, so no one can spawn camp me. I'm gonna have a couple chests in here. It's not gonna look super pretty in here. Like, don't think this is gonna be like some Technoblade Welcome Home Theseus type shit, right? It's gonna be like chests. It's gonna be a bed. It's gonna be some armor stands. Like, it's not gonna be super pretty because it has to be a place that just has my shit in it, right? And I know has my stuff in it. And that's it. I don't need it to look pretty. I just need to know that it has my stuff. And that I can come here and get more shit. Like, I might go out and, like, out of my way and have barrels in here to make it look a little nicer. But that's about it. I mean, I might make it look nicer off stream if I have the time. But, like, my big thing is going to be trying to keep people from, like, like I said, I want to be an anti-hero, right? I don't want to be a straight up villain. So this is like, if it comes to it, that someone knows I'm doing shit. So this is a failsafe. And I'm hoping that if shit happens, I don't need to use this. But if shit does happen, I'll have my walls. I'll have shit on me, you know? So.
Okay. We got that established. That's pretty cool.
Bestie!
Bestie!
Hey!
What are you doing? Where are you?
I'm, hold on. I'm coming.
Oh, I see you.
You see? Hello!
Oh. I was out on the town.
You are out on the town.
Yeah. I got
You need
some
anything?
Stuff, and then I went and I talked to Queen about some future trades, some business, and now I'm back.
Wow.
Hmm.
You need anything?
No, I mainly wanted string to make some scaffolding and some wool and stuff.
Mm,
Because that's just gonna make building in the trees a lot easier.
right.
Um, and then they gave me a pick and a sword. They were super nice, so I don't really need anything like that just yet.
Mm-hmm.
Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
Oops. Yeah, I'm just building little houses as of right now. Um, just to fill the area, and I'm working on my farm, and that's about it.
Oh, very cool.
Hmm I
Okay.
have an idea of where I want the path, but I feel like every time I go over it, I end up going a different way, and I get confused. But
Gotcha.
I'm gonna slowly start clearing the trees from it as I go back and forth, so it eventually will define itself a little bit.
Mm. Listen, I know this is kind of whoa. You turned around and your character's head turned around before the rest of you, so
Oh
it,
no!
it was
Okay.
kind of terrifying. Um, listen, this is kind of out of the blue, right? And we haven't
Mhm,
talked
mhm,
about this, but I
mhm,
figure because we're neighbors, um,
mhm,
and we're making a path to connect our kingdoms and everything.
mhm,
Um,
mhm,
I know that you are you're coming in a little bit late to the game. um
mhm,
I don't have a ton to offer. I've if I'm being kind of honest, I've struggled to even get diamonds and things like that, but I'm getting there.
mhm,
um
mhm,
but I was wondering, this is, like I said, kind of out there. You can take time to think about it, or you can
mhm, mhm.
say what you like now. But I was wondering if you would like to join our kingdoms in marriage,
We're getting married?
if you would like.
Yes, let's do it. I only just met you today. Let's do it. It just makes sense, We're bordering each other. I
Hmm.
think yeah, we have a lot to offer each other. Let's just do it. Let's do it.
Okay. Now, with that in mind, I would like to let you know that I consider myself a little bit of an anti-hero, a little bit of a trickster, I guess.
Okay, okay.
Because I like to do what I think is best for my kingdom, and in this case, because we'll be joining our kingdoms, I would obviously do what's best for your kingdom as well.
Mhm, mhm,
Whatever that would mean. And some might not agree with that. Some might even uh it's a little Dirt's doing some crazy stuff in the background that's making it a little bit difficult to focus. But some might even, get a little bit upset by some of the things that I might do for our kingdoms.
mhm,
Um
mhm.
but because of that, I wanted to let you in on the secret that I'm taking precautions in the off chance that anyone got upset at me and my kingdom, or now you and your kingdom. Um, and I am now making a vault for my most prized possessions and for me to be able to hide out in,
Okay,
which
okay.
is actually what you walked in on. You didn't obviously see it directly, and it's very much new, but um, that is what you stumbled upon, which is why you couldn't find me immediately if you'd like to come see.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, okay.
Okay. So, like I said, it's very much a work in progress. I don't have all of the redstone equipment I need. Um,
Right.
because I need slime balls. So,
Mhm.
the staircase is not done or anything, but it'll be a secret staircase down and then dug in
Mhm.
here.
Okay, okay. I think that's good. Yeah. I
Yeah.
think that
It'll
not
be
everyone
bigger,
can
obviously, but
yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it makes sense. I think that as leaders of the dark oak and jungle biomes, respectively, people won't understand our way of life sometimes
Mm-hmm.
because we're more reclusive, and so I think it's a good idea to be prepared for anything, you
Mm-hmm.
know. Hmm.
Well,
I like this.
thank you for understanding. I'm glad that I could share this with
Hmm. Hmm. You want to draw up the papers, and we'll get some contracts signed up.
you. Yeah, yeah.
Have a ceremony.
Right, right. Do you want to announce this to everybody else, or do you want to keep this secret, or what would you like to do?
Hmm.
What do you think?
We could go about this two ways, because I just joined,
Mm-hmm.
So we might be able to keep it innocent if we tell people now,
Mm-hmm.
but we could also keep it on the down low and just see, because then if one of us gets in a bind, the other one can help him out without people knowing.
Right, right.
So, I don't know. I don't know. You've been here longer. I think you should make the choice.
Hmm. I think we should keep it a secret for now,
Mhm.
just in case things get a little bit uncertain.
Mhm.
We'll know, and that's what matters. Um, I will say that Eight and I have a strong alliance. So if it's okay with you, I might tell Eight, but that is up in the air. So,
Okay.
but if I did tell Eight, I would obviously let you know.
Mhm. Mhm. Okay.
Speaking of, um, but yeah. Oh, thank
That's all I can offer.
you.
That's unique. But yeah. All right. All right. We'll keep it on the down low.
Okay, okay.
Mhm. Mhm. All right. All right.
All right. Well, I will within like well, how about I'll take some time to drop the papers and then I'll come back to you for that, and we can we'll have like a small secret ceremony
Mhm.
um
Mhm.
at some point. Maybe maybe not tonight, but maybe next time we meet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Sweet.
All right.
Pleasure doing business with you.
Pleasure doing business with you as well.
I'm gonna start clearing out that path a little bit so you can find me easier.
Hell yeah. Let me know. Let me know where it is, and I'll if you need any help, I'll help you.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. Awesome. Okay. I was stewing on that a little bit, trying to decide if I wanted to do that because, like I said, we're neighbors, and in real life we're best friends. Figured it'd be a good alliance. And it went well. I figured if I can get a good amount of people on my side, if things take a turn, let me write this down. Let me write this down so I don't forget who's on my side so far. We have quite a few people on our side so far. If things go topsy turvy, we have Finn, Ray, 8, and we have now Levi. That is 4 people on this server on our side. 4 people. That is wild. That is absolutely insane. Like, look at that list. That is insane. That means that at any given moment on this server, we would have at least more than likely one person on the server to be able to defend us. More than likely. Especially with Ray, because Ray's on quite often. Ray and 8, if we're being honest. Okay, I'm gonna deposit my helmet in the cookies. I think I'm also gonna, as like a wedding gift, I think I'm gonna give Levi a couple diamonds because I have some diamonds to spare. I'm gonna give Levi a couple diamonds. Okay. Oh. I've been so focused on what I've been doing, I haven't been breeding my mushrooms. They're also over here now, so they're not directly in front of me, so I forget. Oh shit. It's not on here. I can't give Ape the cow or the sheep I promised. That's okay. So, number one, I definitely don't want to be in a tussle. I'm trying to think about if things were to go haywire. I definitely don't want to be in a tussle against the powerhouses on the server as far as, like, supplies, which are Chise and Elias. Because Chise doesn't have, like, battle strategy, but like I said, they have the supplies. I don't like 8 would be bad against me if anything were to go wrong between us, but I don't know if anything would. I don't know. I'm trying to think about anybody else. Queen, probably. It's hard to think about anyone else. Okay. Okay, I need a dedicated chest for this. Find villagers then. Stone bricks. Cobble. 16. Okay. How many do I need? Slab 16. Dark oak fences. How many do I need? 32. Okay. Oh no.
Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie.
I really thought I could hide underwater.
Oh.
It didn't work.
Do you need a bed?
Yeah,
Uh,
actually.
here, hold on.
I could have made one, actually. I have the stuff for it, so I don't need it.
Oh, okay.
But I just didn't make one yet.
Gotcha.
Ah!
Don't let Elias near it. His fucking evil face in chat. He's ridiculous. Boys to men, A B C B B B. Thought I was good. Yeah, okay, cool. My butt hurts. Okay. Do I have glass pans? I know I have. Ooh, wait. If I have enough gray glass panes, I'll just use those. Fuck, I don't. That's 12, 16. That's okay. I have enough glass. going? We need oak trap doors. How many? 8? Okay. Ooh, we need a bell, and there's a bell over here that someone has just conveniently placed. Actually, we don't need a bell, but I want 2 bells. Because I'm gonna have 2. So. No, I won't do it. Because I haven't found any village. Well, I found 1 village, but nah. Scaffolding will do. Un momento. I've been learning ASL, by the way. I tweeted about it just the other day, and Eight's mom. Thank you for the raid, Ray. I was just talking about that tweet I put out the other day about ASL. Hey, Sil. I was talking about a tweet I put out where I was talking about how I'm learning ASL. The tweet didn't mention that. I was talking about how I wanted to learn ASL in the tweet, and apparently Eight's mom is like fluent in ASL, I guess, or something. And 8 said, because I in the tweet I had said like, oh, I wish I knew someone who was fluent in ASL so I could learn via them, because I feel like that's the best way for me to learn any language. Because learning from an app for me, I feel like isn't the best way, especially with ASL, because it's like, like with the placement and everything, with like with the hand gestures and everything is so important. Because like, oh, if you put your hand here versus here, or like here versus here, here versus here, it could mean so many different things. Or if you have like a finger in a certain position, it can mean so many different things. And I was I had tweeted about it, and he had just said something super simple like, just focus on like the alphabet first. Excuse me. So I looked up a app, just planning on focusing on the alphabet, but it's essentially like Duolingo but for ASL, and I didn't realize that going into it. But so I'm going through like the first set of things it's teaching me before I can get to the alphabet. So it's teaching me the first stuff. Let me see if I can remember what it's taught me, because it's been a couple days. Mostly because I'm depressed. So it's like there's only so many things that I'm like able to get myself to do. Beard book, uh tree. I really like that one. That one's fun. Um House. Uh, oh, it'll be easier if I look at my little notes. I wrote down each one that I learned. All right. Car. Boat. That's not how you do it. Boat. Uh Hello. I'm still unsure if that's exactly how you're supposed to do that. Nice. I don't remember how. You. What? Your. remember that one. My. Question. Oh, wait. Question. Fine. I'm fine. Is it same? I don't remember if same. Good. Bad. Leave. That one was fun too because it made me think of like picking up something and like throwing it away. Leave. I don't remember what hi was because hi and hello were different. I don't remember what they were. But yeah, good shit. That was all stuff I learned in one night. But yeah, I don't know what Ray was up to. I mean, I know that they were like working on the villager. I'm gathering stuff for my gate, which is kind of boring. Sorry about that. So my plan currently is deviating from the ASL. I just wanted to show off what I was learning. I was excited. I'm putting a gate right there, and then there's gonna be walls all around my place. I'm gonna put a gate probably where Levi and I's place is gonna connect back here. Actually, Levi said that they were clearing it out back here. I don't know where they are doing it, but let me see if I can find it. I have no idea. Yeah, they said they were clearing out the area that they've been. We're putting like a path in between our places. So I'll probably put a gate back there as well. So there'll be 2 gates and then walls. So I have to make. I'm gonna do this once and then I'll either double the crafting recipe essentially, like double all the supplies, or I'll just do it once and then do it again. I don't know. But focusing on one gate for now. I need a stone cutter. I don't remember how you make a stone cutter. Okay. Alright. While that smelts, let's work on the chains, scaffolding, and spruce stuff. There's a single piece of hair floating around. The perks of having cats. Holy shit. 64 spruce trapdoors. See what we can do. We don't need the dark blue anymore. So I can... One more sapling. One more sapling. Yes. I want to do a big boy, but realistically, that would mean I wouldn't get any more saplings. Because the big boys, they give you all that wood, but like 0 saplings, now that I'm thinking about it. My best bet is to just keep doing this and farm for saplings while I'm at it. I'll just slowly double up on saps. We're not going to work on the gate tonight because it'll be too late by then. But I want to try to at least have all the stuff for the gate, if not the majority of it, set up. So. Bitch. I fucking love dirt, dude. Dirt's a killer. Dirt's absolutely hilarious, man. I can never get a photo of him facing this way with the dirt in his mouth either. He does it, but he's never facing this way. It's a little sad. What? What, Wilson? Excuse me. Yeah, that's what it's gonna do. Okay. It's nighttime? I had no idea. Oh. Alright, let's work on as many scaffolding as we can. Actually, don't know how to do scaffolding. That's how you do scaffolding. The more you know. How many do we need? 16. Okay, I can do that. From what I remember, these are literally just to get us up and down in the towers. We might need more or less, depending on if I decide to make the towers taller. But we'll see. Oh, baby boy. I love my man. Chains. Oh wait, that's for the lanterns, I think, yeah. Oh, I was gonna say that's what I'm not doing. I'm not doing the bell. So that's 8. We need 10. So we'll have to come back and shear again. It's fine. I wish I could twerk around the tree and make it grow like in mod packs. I can make a pop. Can I do any of these? 5? Yeah. Literally, the only thing really stopping us up is the spruce. Yes, tree! down, good lord. Got game by the pound. Each and every day. Can't get her out of my mind. I think about a girl all the time. East side to the west side. No surprise. By no means average. Baby, you're a perfect 10. I wanna get in. I like the way you work it, no diggity. About to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. About to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. About to bag it up. I like the way you work it, no diggity. About to bag it up. Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, hey yo. 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 I like the way you work it. cheated on me, and that's for that now. There goes the house we made a home. There goes you'll never leave me alone. For all the lies you told, this is what you owe. Hey ladies, when your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Get your hands on his cash and send it to the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes. From the crib to the ride and the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. I was coming on the hill and just dragging all his pictures and his clothes in the bagging. Till there was just nothing left, and I paid all the bills about a month too late. It's a shame we had to play these games. The love we had just fade away, away. There goes the dreams we used to save. There goes the time we spent away. There goes the love I had, but you cheated on me, and that's for that now. There goes the house we made a home. There goes you'll never leave me alone. For all the lies you told, this is what you owe. Hey ladies, when your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Get your hands on his cash and spend it to the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes. From the crib to the ride and the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. When your man wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit him up style. Keep your hands on his cash and spend it to the last time for all the hard times. When you go, then everything goes. From the crib to the ride and the clothes. So you better let him know that if he mess up, you gotta hit him up. All the dreams you sold, let me out in the cold. We used to trust each other. And ladies, when men wanna get buck wild, just go back and hit 'em with style. Infiltrating. Motherfucker, don't call me Dinky. No. Oh god. I feel like I'm gonna fall. It's like a mountain. Oh. Oh. I don't like looking up. Oh, Jesus. No, don't. Uh. Oh, God. Oh. Do you believe me if I said this is as fast as I can go? Fuck you. I'm pocket sized. Fucker. Call me Dinky, bastard. Bitch. Different song. Different song. Different song. Oh, we're still on this playlist. I want to play a different playlist. I couldn't even tell you why I'm doing this. I just wanted to see if I could. It didn't work well, but it's okay. New song. Oh god. A bat could eat me. Wait, I wonder if I go the way I went before? Oh no! Oh no! I'm stuck. I need a different song. be smaller. Okay. Okay, I'm normal size. I can get out. I feel too big now. I don't know why I'm trying to give myself a challenge. Yeah. Fuck. Hi. Whee! Oh. What was that? Ah! Ow. I couldn't even tell you. I just decided that I wanted to parkour around their place tiny. I said that I was infesting was my excuse to them. I just wanted to see if I could go in and how far I could get before they saw me. I didn't get far, and then I got myself stuck, so I started cheating and like making myself bigger and smaller to get around things. Cuz turns out being extremely small does not let you go up steps. Um but yeah, I'm just like climbing around their place cuz their place is like the best spot if you're tiny to like see what your limits are. So, now I have to go all the way back to get my stuff and also be small again. I'm not going to be small until I get there because being small also limits how fast you can be. But I'm just fucking around at the moment. Just for a little bit. I'll only fuck around till like 11 because I don't want to go super late. Also, the stream has been going for 4 hours, so that's why. But bitch. Bitch. I like just walking up, people are just going, bitch. No, no, I'm not gonna be small until I get my stuff back. Ooh, cake. Yum, yum, yum. This was the spot of the foul. I don't know where they are. Donde está my shit? Oh, I was trying to jump this, but I was so small I can't even, like, jump this block. Where'd they go? Oh, what a darling. I don't know why I thought this was closed off and I was gonna open it and it was gonna be like something. Oh, merciful God. Piggle. Yeah, what's he doing? Egg. I'm just gonna dance. Ooh. I'm gonna assume they have it. And I'm gonna be tiny again. Hmm. Let me go look for him. Okay, you are very loud. Can I reach you? I cannot reach you anymore. He's the same. We were the same. Ah! Oh, it's like dreams. In our lives fade away together, one dream at a time. No chiquitita. No chiquitita. I'm gonna steal some food because I'm hungry. I'm like, ah! Pepsi, you know how it goes. Shit. I said I'm golden. Scary. Father, where art thou belongings? I kill. Not. Did he not pick up my stuff? I thought he picked up my stuff because he was right there. Did it really despawn that quickly? Holy hell. What is the despawn rate on here? So many stupid notifications on my phone. I'm gonna commit genocide. No. Yeah, it's nothing I can't replace. Because I have all my good shit at home. And it was all iron anyway. Yeah. It would have been nice to get it back, because I was gonna say I have an iron shortage. I don't. I should go mining in a different mine, because my mine is kind of shit. I won't look. Because if it's not right where I dropped, which it wasn't, then meh. I'll just go back home. Yeah. I think that's it for my silly little games. My silly little goof offs. Let's breed some aminals. I did have a lot of beef though. That's a little sad. Oh well. Someone take this. Someone take this. Jesus fucking Christ, someone take this. No, fine, fine, fine. It's mine now, bitches. motherfuckers. Okay. Whatever. It's my wheat. Okay. I was gonna run around the entire fucking house just to look at the back door and see if any of these have grown. Ooh, some of them have. Yay! Because I'm gonna need them for the other gate. Okay. So, yeah, I think that's gonna be that. Or no, you know what? I like this song. No, I don't have any. Okay. I was gonna make the book and quill for our ignore this. It's I have a trade with someone on the server that can't be completed unless I cheat. So, um, but anyway, yeah, that'll be that. I was gonna do the book and quill, like writing in Levi and I's marriage document, but I'll do that another time. Or yeah, I'll do that off camera because I have to get a chicken. Yeah, these are growing nicely. Okay. So I think that's gonna be it for today. Um I called Elias a fucking guard dog. Because I'm a genius. Dude, when part of my nail breaks off and then my nail is uneven, it pisses me the fuck off because then I can feel where the nail is like all jagged and it bothers me. Like I don't give a fuck how my nails are. Like I'm not one that really paints my nails very often or like takes care of them as long as they're not dirty underneath. But when they're all jagged, the texture bothers me. Like if they brush up against my finger or something. Anyway, sorry. That's just a me thing. Parentals.